Good afternoon and happy Tuesday, I guess? The days start to blend together over here. You know, when the day is about, I don't know, a couple hours long. How's everybody doing? Hello, Kat. Hello, Lavos. So I went and put some work in to try and move things along here. Try and push through some of the boring stuff to get to some of the more interesting bits. What is day? Yes, what is day? Especially when you're on a different planet, the day cycle is completely different. So, factory floor has a roof on it. That's the thing I did. Put lighting up, and oh, there's a lot more manufacturers. Got a lot of them up and running. Not all of them are running, but, you know, it's a start. Why? Because I wanted to get to the trains, damn it. It's like doing all of this to get to trains, and it's like, well, if you look in the upper right, we are now at trains. Hello, I am at trains. I'm gonna go over here to the milestone console. Yes, bring me trains, please.
Milestone reached. A new set of buildings and vehicles needed for long-range transportation has been made available. In addition to built-in power conduction, rails-based transit ensures increased efficiency and reliability for both the transport of pioneers and cargo.
So, in order to build trains, let's think for a minute how we are going to build trains. Well, maybe a Monday. Mondays just suck. Luckily, it's not a Monday. Monday was TransXP TTRPG, and we played Monster Hearts. I has 2 monitors now. Very good. Very, very good. How are you liking that? So, that's what the factory floor is looking like right now. Let's go up a floor. This is the new 3rd floor. It's empty. There's literally nothing on it. I just built the floor and, like, nothing has happened here. What is going to happen here is this is going to be a logistics floor that's going to feed the train station. So, in order to build this floor, we need a train station. Yes, Monster Hearts 2 to be precise. I don't need to tell you this, Cat. You're the DM. So, this is the new 4th floor. This will be train station. And now it is time to build it. Now, I have a little checklist, but to start off with, we're going to need a bunch of train station. Now, let's talk for a minute about how I plan to do this. A couple of things to keep in mind. This factory, we're going to call this Spire Coast. It's the mega factory. And it's going to be the hub of the entire train network, and everything else is going to be spokes that come off of it. We have a couple of goals. The trains should avoid being on the ground wherever possible, because, well, the ground is not on the grid. It's hard to build it. So we're going to avoid the ground whenever, you know, possible. Second of all, we're going to try to avoid situations where we have to take certain paths or have to, you know, go down very narrow areas. If I can't fit double track, it's not worth it. So, double track everything. Furthermore, every train station besides Spire Coast, and in some ways including it, should go out somewhere to do something. So there needs to be a purpose being served. Follow me? Now, how do I build trains? Well, here's the thing. You can build one giant mega train with hundreds of cars that goes all around the world. You can do that. I wouldn't recommend it. You know why? The platform gets way too long. So we need to keep the size of the train platforms down, preferably under 10 cars. That's pretty doable, but we're going to need lots of little trains to do that. So we need a whole network of lots of little trains. When you do one big world loop, it's just a single circle that goes around the world. If you do lots of little trains, you're going to need a way for them to interact without crashing into each other, which is a danger in Satisfactory. So, I introduce to you the roundabout. Everyone from America just went, what? The roundabout is an idea that they use in, you know, countries that are not American idiots. We're going to be putting them everywhere. Anywhere where two train lines or more meet in a single space. It's the central interface point. Anywhere where a train line, a single train line, tees off. Put some markers down. So, oh yes, we have them very, very rarely because Americans look at why is the freeway interchange a circle, and just like their brains explode and then they start driving into walls repeatedly. I'm from California. I've seen this happen. It's just their brains just short the fuck out. It's like, oh no, road is circle. Why is road circle? Americans just can't handle it, man. Too much brain. I'm using the foundations as a straight edge. Let's start a new bar here. Now, the first thing we need are roundabouts. There needs to be one on each end of the factory, because there's going to be all kinds of trains coming and going from train stations here in the factory. But the thing is, We're there to stop said wrecks, and so far are doing okay. Where I live, people can't comprehend a four-way stop and other multi-exit locations, and hence we had a few roundabouts installed. That's good. That's good. Accidents went down soon after. Good. I'm surprised you haven't blueprinted this. So that's actually a valid point, Kat. The only issue with the blueprinter is the blueprinter there. That's a blueprinter. What do you know? What do you notice immediately compared to my my track work I'm building here and the blueprinter? Blueprinter way the fuck too small. Basically, if you look at the lines on the blueprinter, it is 4 foundations by 4 foundations. Yeah, too small. What I am doing, way too big. Yeah, I hated it for a little while, but now people quit whining. Yeah, people need to stop fucking whining about roundabouts. They're overall safer and a better way to handle things. And we are going to exclusively operate this entire world on roundabouts with trains, because we can build them in such a way that the trains will interact and never hit each other. I have made an error. Look at that. I need to move all of this over 1. Because I need at least 1 foundation buffer up against that staircase there. I need to not foul the staircase. Because then you'll just have trains clipping into stairs, and it would look terrible. So let's redo this. This is going to be our buffer foundation. Let's see. Yeah. I use the marks on the foundations to sort of give myself a guideline. It's like, this is roughly where I'm building stuff. So I'm trying to create little 3x3 squares of colors here. That's going to tell me where things are going to sit. You'll find I use this sort of pattern of marking pretty much everywhere I put roundabouts. It just makes it very easy when I'm up high to be able to visualize where everything is. Which is where I'm going to be when I'm making roundabouts, is usually up a ladder. Okay, let's try that again. There's always a little bit of like, you know, put it down, try it out, see if it fits. Don't like the positioning, rip it up, move it, try it again. There's a little bit of that always. I feel like that's pretty normal in Satisfactory, you know? Now, a couple of things about using trains in Satisfactory. Trains like circles. The way trains path in Satisfactory really likes circles. Now, as a rail fan, I can tell you all about the way real trains work, but the thing is, real trains can do things that Satisfactory trains don't do well, like having a main line that's a single straight line of point to point to point. That's the way we do it in the real world, but Satisfactory trains really don't like that. Instead, they like a loop. So we're going to do a lot of looping. Like we're playing Dead by Daylight or something. But Mitha, now you've just created a big, like, trans flag pattern on the floor. Yes, I have. Problem? I get to pick the colors I use in my factory, damn it. My brain was in exactly duplicating what I did earlier before I realized, no, I need to do the reverse of that. So essentially what I'm going to do, I have two styles of roundabouts. I have circles, which is what this is. But the thing about circles is there's only really, I don't know. If somebody has a problem with it, they can come talk to me, but it's just like, I'm not gonna care. By the way, hi Sam. Nice to see you. Hope things are going well. So yeah, most of my roundabouts around the world are going to be a single track that looks like this in a circle, but it only really has 4 good connection points. This style is good for when a single main line gets teed into 1 or 2 main lines. By the way, new feature, we now see when the ads are coming up. But in this big factory, we're going to have like 5 or 6 different connections, all going every different which way. So we're going to do the other style, which is big oval roundabout. Which is basically 2 circular ones, where I have then put them together with straight bits. And I'm making lots of little railway sections here so that I have lots of connection points that I can tee off of. And again, there needs to be one of these at each end of the factory. We're going into add breaks, so we're going to keep building. But those of you in ad break are probably not going to miss very much, because I'm still building this. those of you who are subscribed, we will keep going. So, I'm going to go onto the map. In this spot right here, we have built roundabout Spire Coast west side. And let's use a train icon. And let's give it a color. There we go. To the other side. Aw, I still don't have my sports car. Yes, you did by subscribing. How's everybody's day? So there's going to be exits on either side of the factory. The east side and the west side. So each roundabout needs to have, you know, inlines and outlines. So I'm going to need to give it about a foundation or two against the edge. So let's think along the lines of somewhere about here-ish, I think. I'm gonna try and plan this out. Yes, Sam is correct. Specifically because I specifically set the channel up that way. Let's see. Two, three. Yeah, I specifically set the channel up that, you know, if you subscribe, you don't get ads, period. It's like, otherwise, why subscribe? It's like, what is your benefit? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I mean, that's the way Twitch has worked the last few years. Okay, let's go. Okay. So we're going to put our first watchtower over here. And the second one over here. Yes, we actually have controls that let us say it's like within certain limitations. We have certain like boundaries that we can go to, some we can't really. Like you can't You can turn them all the way off, but then it's like you get no benefit at all. Speaking of which, did you ever hear from Lily, Lavos? Do we know what the heck's going on with Lily? Like, are they hurt? Do they need help? Or did they just, like, not feel like running the game or interacting with people? What's going on there? Alright, so you can already sort of see what I'm doing here. Two. Now, we have these big roundabouts on either side of the factory. Big oval ones, and in between we're going to have multiple different tracks of stations, little stations intended for the different factories and other resource locations that we serve by train around the world. There's going to be dozens of them. I think the last playthrough I did, I may have had 50-some factories in the world, or stations in total in the world. And when 1.0 rolls around, which we're under a month now, kids, I suspect that number is just going to go up. There's not a whole lot that I'm using right here that is mods. This is all pretty stock standard Satisfactory. Not yet. Doubt they're hurt judging by Steam activity, and I don't know. I'll let you know whenever I find out, whenever I do. Thank you. That's really all I'm asking. Yeah, just let me know when you find out. Backstory. I have had D&D games previously where the DM just up and, like, there was one D&D game where in the middle of the session, the DM got so, like, frustrated, they literally gave me control of the Discord server, dropped all of his notes into the Discord server, and then left the Discord server and has never been heard from again. So it's like, there are priors here, and I'm wondering, like, did something happen? This stuff has happened before with her. I seriously doubt it has anything to do with D&D. Okay. So maybe they're just going through a bad life bout? I don't know. Yeah. I'm an autistic person, so I do tend to care very much about people and, you know, even if I don't know them that well, it's like I don't want them to be like hurt or anything, you know? Hurting sucks. All right. Now we need to build stations. So let's plan a little. Get my notes out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're gonna need, let's do like 10. Let's get some materials for making tracks and some switches. The fun thing about the D&D game that I mentioned, the one where the DM quit in the middle of the session and just sort of left us with all of his notes, that game is still going because another DM picked it up. That's actually how I met a friend of Catherine's, who I'm just going to refer to as Luckyfoot. Cat knows who I'm talking about. Factory's looking pretty crowded down here. But we're making a lot more stuff. I mean, Lavos, here's the thing. Be a friend. You know, if they decide they want to talk to you, talk to them. But if they don't want to talk, well, you can't force them to. You know, just be there ready if they decide they want to talk. That's really the best thing I can recommend, you know? Gotcha. Gotcha. Now, if you notice, I haven't really started finishing phase 3. One of the things I said at the very beginning was, as soon as we hit trains, all progressions stop. We're at that point now. We have trains, all progression is now stopped. We are going to build Train World. And we're going to do this one factory at a time. Go build factory, make sure it's connected to the train network, move on to the next one. I've made a little checklist over here on the right-hand side. Things that we're low on. We go further up. Come on. Reinforced iron plates, rips, modular frames, encased industrial beams, rubber, plastic, quick wire, circuit boards, high-speed connectors. Looks like rubber and plastic are doing fine for the moment, so those aren't high priority. But every single one of those is going to have a factory that is supporting. We've spent a lot of time and effort building up this mega factory, with the strategic importance of it's going to build the parts that everything else uses. Well, we've done that. So now that we've got big mega factory up and making parts, time to start building satellite facilities. We've already kind of done that with the steel factory, but we're going to be doing a lot more of it. Today, I'm just going to focus on train lines. Build train lines, build train lines, build train lines. But going forward, we're going to be building little factories, little support factories. Hook them up to the trains, move on to the next one. Lavos, you're pretty new to playing D&D with a group, right? One, two, three, four, five. So let's think right about there. I'm trying to leave enough room on this side is because there's going to be a bypass track there. The way trains work in the real world is big long trains with hundreds of cars. That's really efficient, but they don't require a station everywhere they want to unload. They can just build a big yard. It's not really a thing in Satisfactory. Yards aren't really a thing. But that's essentially what we're building here. It's going to be a big yard, functionally. So, here's going to be our first one. We're going to call this Spire Coast, because that's the factory we're in. NF, which stands for North Forest. Every station here at Spire Coast, every one of these stations, these train stations, are going to be called... Hello! Hi, Susan!
Susan _.
Wow, I haven't heard your name in a long time. How are you guys doing? I heard you sort of gave up on 14 and we're playing other things like World of Warcraft. Yes, yes, you have indeed found me. I am here. I can confirm. You're doing both now. Okay, so you're also still playing 14 and like Dawn Trail and stuff? I want to leave at least a... I think you're still tagged in the Discord. I tagged you a while back. Check on your Chocobo. Okay, yeah. As soon as I get a minute, I'll go back over to 14 and check on Endlessly's Chocobo. If you tagged me, I should have seen it. I don't know... I'll have to check and figure out why I didn't see your tag. I want to leave a good gap in between each one. Ah, very good. Yes. I have finished Dawn Trail on my main. And I've been doing some leveling with her. I did plan to get back around to, you know, playing endlessly again. Just haven't quite... Like, I've been dealing with, a lot. Let's see, this one is... Spire Coast, Iron Valley. Okay. And it says it needs to be green. Okay. Yes, I have been following that. I know you guys did go through a rebrand, and that's fine. Yeah. There's a certain amount of, yeah, I've done this once. I don't really need to do it again. But I'm so done with World of Warcraft. I'm not going back there. Y'all have fun. You have my support. Have fun. Spire Coast, Titan Forest 1. And it gets the color cyan. Okay. Checking my notes. Yeah, like, this game here, Satisfactory, has been melting my brain. I've been very hyper-fixated on it. So, yeah. Spire Coast, RDS. 2. I'm not going to quiz anybody on these names. I don't expect anyone to remember them. Okay. But we now have a basic layout of where the 4 main tracks are going to be for stations. Now there's going to be a bypass track on either side. Well, they are from the desert, Lavos. That's kind of normal. Let's do this right about here-ish. This feels like a good spot. Actually, I don't have the replacement walls I need, so let's just start here. So there's going to be a track on each side of these stations going in each direction. A bypass track. Also because cats, yes. So something like that. Too sharp. Too sharp. Perfect. Perfect. So for those who play 14 and are not familiar with Susan Sprinkle, Susan Sprinkle is another streamer. They actually stream with their partner and a friend over on the Gilgamesh server. However, you know, they've been sort of burned out on 14 and doing some other stuff, and that's fair. That's perfectly cromulent. I haven't decided exactly where that line's going to exit to, so I'm just going to put the track there and leave it for now. Need to build the rest of this place. Let's see. Check my notes. This station, the North Forest Station, will have 6 freight units, freight platforms. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting is hard. 4, 5, 6. Ran out of materials. Let's see, to finish this row. 1, 2, 3. Each station here at Spire Coast is, we've been bouncing around a lot to a lot of games. We got to content partner with Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. We're going to whatever game catches our fancy. That's pretty much the same thing I've felt like doing here. It's just, I call this a variety stream. It's just whatever I'm in the mood for at the time. The three of us just finished Diablo 3. Diablo 3 was a good game. I played it. I don't really feel like playing 4. I think there are better titles out there on the market, so I never really felt like playing 4. But Diablo 3 was a good game. You know, before the Blizzard doucheholery. Actually, I know one of the guys that worked on it. But yeah, it's good to hear from you again. Been a while. Parts. We're actively low on quick-wire. That's on the list, I think. Yes, it is. Good. Yeah, I've been kind of giving a lot of Blizzard games a pass, at least the new ones. I'm not giving them any additional money because of the whole doucheholery they've been doing lately. They're gonna need to get back into my good graces before I'll spend money on them again. We're going back into ad break, so I'm going to finish building this row. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, and I said 6 earlier, so that'll be everything we need for the North Forest Station. So, next thing we do. New station. This one, Spire Coast, RD for Rocky Desert. And its color is going to be orange. be a 3-car train. 1, 2, 3. New station. Spire Coast. PI 1. Because that particular station is going to have 4 different products that it produces. However, only 2 of them are going to come here. So, Pelosi Islands 1, that actually is going off to one of the Rocky Deserts. It's actually PI2 that actually is going to deliver here, come to think of it. Yeah. Check my notes. What color? This one's yellow. Two cars. Let's go work on the next one. Ad starting soon. Iron Valley. How many cars are you? 5-car train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's Iron Valley. New station. RDS 1. Three cars. And out of materials. Which is just as well since we're in an ad break. Just go get more materials. There's gonna be a lot of this. There's gonna be a lot of this. And of course, one of the things I'm really looking forward to is being able to build hypertubes to quickly go up and down this factory, because it's going to be tall. Alright, welcome back everybody that was in ad break. There's just going to be a whole bunch of these cycles of me coming down here, getting more parts, building more of the station, come back for more parts. There's just going to be a lot of this. And once the station here is done, we start building outwards. Our first main goal is going to be North Forest. Ooh, cement. I don't like how low that bin is. Luckily, that's on the parts list. Let's check our list. Come on. There we go. It's not on the list, and it should be. Concrete. There we go. This is another reason why we needed the computers automated, as well as the heavy modular frames, because just about everything to do with trains uses those two components. How's everybody doing? So I should check something while I'm thinking about it. Why don't you check and make sure I'd friended you on Twitch? Looks like I have. A while ago. We should probably do something with this. This is the prime power for the trains. We're gonna need to connect this to something. Actually, come to think of it, the main power connection's on the other side. Because there's one thing I don't want to do is connect this up to a circuit that is currently just this factory. That wouldn't do much good at all. So we need something that's essentially world power. That circuit right there is the lights. We don't want to use that circuit. I don't have anything to label stuff with yet. We need to get that eventually. Now that right there is world power. That connection goes directly to the power towers that go all around the world that we've set up so far. So the train should have power now. Not that we've actually built a specific train yet, just a lot of stations. RDS1, which is Red Dune C. Three cars on that one. Checking my notes. Ah. Spire Coast. NRC. I'm using a lot of abbreviations right now, which is mostly just, this is a quick, a few letter abbreviation that tells me what station this is going to connect to. And then when I'm out there in the field building said station and I'm looking at the list going, I want to connect this back to Spire Coast, I'm going to look for the thing that says Spire Coast and then the abbreviation for the station that I have, just finished building. This one's a 6 car. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we go. Here we go. Color is this one? Purple. Let's pull out purple. There we go. I think, if I remember correctly, yes, that's the end of row 2. I can make these keep going longer, but the thing is, eventually it's going to foul with the roundabout on the far end. I don't want to do that. And having a little bit of a gap in there is also helpful for long trains that are queuing up. So I've marked this one as TF1, which is Titan Forest. This is a 2-car platform. There are 2 products going out, and both of them are actually stuff from mods. Refined Power. Essentially, there's going to be a little facility out there that I kind of nicknamed Point Tiger. Because, hello! And that's where I build the big cake reactor. But it's going to need a couple of parts. It's going to need a couple of things that we make here at the big factory and then ship out. So that's what it does. Alright, that's TF1. Coalinga. Coalinga is another one of those names that I gave to something in game, but is not an official name. Coalinga is actually a reference to an actual place in California. Guess what they do there? They do coal. That is a single platform, because it is just bringing in one product. Let's see, did I put a color on it? Yes, pink. Cool. And that's all I put down for that 3rd row. Really? That's it? Okay. Well, I know if I need to put in additional stations, they can probably go into row 3. So the row 3 is kind of short. Which one is this? RDS2. Okay. That has 1 product. Actually, come to think of it, that's not correct. Check my notes again. Yeah. Remembering things is hard. Ah, okay. I see what happened. There's an error in my notes. One moment. That would explain a great many things. Okay. So which one is this now? This one is now RDS2, which has one platform. And Coalinga. Ristad. Okay, we're going to change that to Spire Coast into. Guess what it's going to carry? I think it's also the one and only time I use fluid platforms. So I don't really like fluid platforms. They're useful for only very specific things. The problem with fluids is one of these holds 2,400 units of fluid. This, well, holds a lot more. A lot more. I've always been somewhat underwhelmed with the fluid system, at least in terms of fluid platforms, so I don't use it unless I really have no other choice. And not for things I need in huge quantities of fluid. Small quantities only. And if I need large quantities, I'd sit there and I'd build multiple. Like, you just saw me put down 5 of them just to carry that one product. Let's see, RDS2. Pink. And there's going to be 2 more stations here. Loxthana. You are going to be Fire Coast. Whoa! Hello!
Red Golite is now following.
Thank you for the follow. I should probably turn that down so it's not quite so loud. But then on the other hand, I wanted it loud so I could hear when events happen. Mm-hmm. How you doing, Red Go Light? Hope it's going well. Nice to have you. Let's see. PC. My note says, color this cyan. Okay. And then this guy... Spire Coast. Swamp. Guess where it goes? It goes to the swamp. And apparently I just colored everything over here cyan. Okay. Whatever, I can change it later. Now the short one is the row 4, which actually makes a lot of sense. Ah, good to hear, Red Go Light. I'm glad you're doing well. We are setting up trains today. It is train day. All right. See. That's a train station. That's a train station. All right, signals. Going into any roundabout, I'm going to put in a path signal. generally for most uses, I suggest people use block signals, which is what real railroads use, essentially. But path signals have very limited, very specific use cases, and roundabouts are one. Essentially, there are two tracks that are going to go that way towards the Rocky Desert, an inbound and an outbound. And right now they're just going up to the glass and stopping for the moment. I specifically want a connection point in the middle there. I like the one-hand ladder climbing animation with the mug. Yeah, that's fun. Okay. Clear this block. There we go. General idea being, if trains are leaving their station and they want to go towards, like, the Red Dune Sea or other points beyond, like the swamp, they can always take this rail to get there. All right, let's park it right about there. And start going into this roundabout. And since we're going into a roundabout, it gets a path signal. Now, we need to start connecting these up. Not much point if they don't connect. I just did that wrong, didn't I? Yes, I did. It's going the wrong direction. Much better. The general idea being here, trains are generally smart enough to know where they're going, where they want to go, where they're programmed to go. You just need to give it the ability to get there, which is essentially what I'm doing now. The roundabout gives it lots of options of where to exit the loop. It knows where it wants to exit. Just need to give it the ability to do it. This rail is not long enough. Two down, two to go. And then we connect. Too tight. Perfect. Three down, one to go. There we go. Then once we get this connected, we're going to do the same thing we did on the other side. We're going to create a bypass track. Sometimes you have trains that are just going through and don't actually want to hit a station. So we give it a nice, convenient bypass to do so. Okay. Find a good point. This'll do. Let's do like right there. Let's bring it out to here, I think. There we go. And reconnect with the roundabout on the other side, so it can exit. Now we are eventually going to build the railroad going off in that direction. But that's not really my focus today. My focus today, I want to go that way. there are two ways we could do this. Our destination is going to be that starting area in North Forest. We're going to rip that down and rebuild it. But we got to get the train there first. We have two ways we could do this. We could go directly through the North Forest itself, or right above it, because we're going to be building on a causeway, essentially. Or we go around. We're an ad break. Yeah, we could go through the North Forest, but I'll tell you, I don't like doing that. First of all, it means I have to make a hard turn right here at the end of the factory, and don't like doing that. I much prefer to just go around. Especially as I've got this nice long canyon here. You see this? This nice long canyon. It's a great canyon. Perfect for putting a railroad down it. And it's not that hard to have it turn, go up inland, meet up with North Forest. Turn, go out to Red Dune Sea. Turn, go out to Titan Forest. And really, when you come right down to it, this is one of those things that's sort of my philosophy of how I build in this game. I tend to like to work with the terrain rather than against the terrain. Going directly overland, over North Forest, feels like I'm going against the terrain. I don't like doing that. It's just not my style, you know? But you give me this big damn canyon. Big desert canyon. I'd rather use that because it's basically a straight shot. I don't really have to do all that much. I just need to build a ramp down into the canyon. And then when I get to where I'm going, ramp up out. Or if it's too steep, build a helix. I can easily do that. It's just so inviting. Just this big, long stretch of desert canyon that just says, build a train here. So that's what I'm going to do. Two goals. One, don't hit the space elevator. Two, just try and use my blueprints as much as possible. I think to do this, it's time to visit the Awesome Shop. Here's a part I need. Tally-ho! Let's see what we've got. This is the one I want right here. That should do. Now, don't really need all of this right now. Set all that aside. Go into my railroading blueprints. I think we're going to do a series of ramps first. Got the parts. Back up to the train station. We don't want to build it right on this foundation line. It's going to go directly into fouling with the space elevator. So I'm thinking down a little bit, like right about here-ish. The only issue with doing this is you do have to eventually turn the corner. Fortunately, we can do that. Do it right about here-ish. I always love going down. Do I want to build a helix, or do I just want to build just a big ramp? What do you think? Because I could totally do just a big ramp. Or I could build a helix. I don't know, viewer's choice. What do you think? Excuse me, Mr. Space Elevator, I'm going this way. Get to about this point, and then start heading sort of that away. Sort of what I'm thinking. Track is too steep. Trains are very sensitive to descent angles. Need to use 4-meter double ramp. It looks like I used the 8. It's not what I intended to do. Let's try this. Something like that, you know? Well, that clips through everything. And that's just way too hard of a turn for it. It cannot handle that. So we need a little bit more curve on it. Yeah, it still don't like it. Too sharp of a turn. Doing railroads is a whole lot of like trial and error, exactly like this. It really wants to clip through the floor, and I really don't want it to. It's not too bad. That seems to work all right, but I think we can do better than that. I'm actually pretty good with that. Too sharp. Don't like it. I'm actually a lot happier with that one. Not bad, not bad. I think right about here we start making a turn. Just a slight, I don't know, what is that? 10, 15 degrees turn. Head that way. Sort of following the line of the canyon, you know? The problem is we're way above the ground. Hello? There is a beam down there. Hello, Mr. Beam. I may have to go down there. Think about this. How do I want to do this? A little doggo down there. Doggo. Yeah, I don't like that one. I hope all of these are solid. Satisfactory is this nasty habit of making these, like, shelf things not solid. I think that'll do. Is it gonna line up gracefully, or we're gonna have to smudge it? That's the question. In the end, it kind of doesn't matter. Ah! Hello! Ooh. Ooh, I do like a good head pat. Very nice. Thank you for that, Tencel. Let's see what we got. It's complaining about clipping. That's kind of a good thing, actually. But also... Yeah, that's the space elevator that it doesn't like the fact that it's clipping with. So... I might have to get a little creative. Remember when I said I needed fuels packaged for building trains? Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I think that's doable. But can we do it gracefully without any big bumps in the track? That's the question. Okay, we're running a little out of space there. If I build this and it's still not lining up and we get all the way back to the factory, I'm going to have to delete all of this and start again. Yeah. Clipping with the space elevator. Now I can move the space elevator, but I don't really want to do that. So here's what I'm thinking. I kind of want to go out and build it from above and angle it down. Because again, trains are very sensitive to descent angle. And there's going to be a whole lot of just trial and error till it looks right, you know? Let's try that. Oh, the alignment's looking better already. Head starting soon. Not that this is exactly what I would consider bracing gameplay, but yeah. Can I? Oh, I can. Yes, yes. Do I actually have the hand railings? I do. Yeah. A little bit of OSHA compliance. At least up to the point where the foundations end. So if there's one thing that I will say that I'm not very good at, and I'm sure there are Satisfactory YouTubers and others out there that are much better, and that's making curves. I don't really do curves. I apply to a lot of curves, I just don't do them in Satisfactory. Anyway. Ba-dum-dish. And see, I kind of like it right there. We're above the desert canyon floor. We're below the arch radius. I just want to kind of just start leveling out. It just feels like a really good spot to just level out, you know? Generally, my goal with train tracks is I want big, smooth curves. Big, giant, burgeoning, sweeping curves. Burgeoning. Burgeoning. Aha! It's solid. That's not always a guarantee. I wish I could nudge down. I don't have the ability to do that. That looks pretty good. And it's not complaining about the angle of ascent, so... Wait a minute. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, I've never been particularly good at making curves. I have friends who were better at making buildings do curves, making foundations do curves. Never been my particular strong suit. I will admit that weakness right up front, because it's sort of not really my playstyle, really. Schlag. Not when I can just do this. So why do I build railways up in the sky? Well, it's mainly because the ground has no alignment. I can't snap it to anything. The ground is uneven, constantly moving up and down, and I want these things to be as... I'm out of parts. To be as flat and without curves, which sounds weird coming from me, as I can possibly get. Now, obviously, there's going to be curves. There's going to be curves all over it. It's just trying to have them conform to something workable for me. Probably way too many. Let's go with something a little more reasonable. There we go. There's a lot of places when you're dealing with building trains on the ground where either passageways are too narrow, canyons are too narrow, caves are too narrow. You can't put double tracks in there. There's just not enough room. Plus, running things on the ground involves me going in with a chainsaw and clearing out all the native trees, and it's like, I don't like that either. So I make big viaducts, big causeways going over it. It's a lot easier and a lot faster to just have a single blueprint for tracks that I can just run very quickly around the world. Every time I need to make a turn, well, use the primary foundation to turn it slightly. The rails can hover in the air just a little bit. It's fine. Rails are strong. Particularly these big solid monorails. They're not even actually monorails, actually, if you look at them very carefully. I'll show you what I mean here in a moment. They're called monorails because it's a big single rail, but it's kind of a misnomer. Here's the thing about these tracks. Yeah, it's a big single rail, but look at the way the train sits on it. There's a wheel on this side. There's a wheel set on this side. And they're sitting on something that is roughly equivalent to a standard rail that we use on Earth. And there's one on each side. So, in reality, while this is a monorail, it's kind of also not. It's a more traditional rail, but the wheel profile is sort of sloped in a V slightly. I don't know a good word for that. All I know is monorail doesn't really fit. It's not really a monorail because, again, there's a wheel set on each side. An actual monorail, it's just hanging on by that one rail. That's not really what's going on here. I don't have a good word to describe this because its contact points are on either side. And the contact point is not in the dead center either. They're on sides, on rails. It's almost like it's a standard. I don't know about standard gauge rail, but tilted slightly. Maybe wide gauge. I could see wide gauge, like a 5-foot gauge. It's more like a wide gauge. With this sort of sloped wheel profile. I like how my feet don't make any noise walking on the rail when I'm on the free hanging bits. That's funny to me. But no, the majority of the railroad's going to look like this. One rail in each direction. And these long sort of, I hate to use the word straight, but because there's nothing straight about me, but essentially straight sections. I think I messed that one up. I did. Try that again. I don't have to cut down a single tree like this. I just go right over everything. I'm not killing the critters. The critters can keep doing their thing. I think we need to make a turn here soon. There's just one major problem with building railroads from a blueprint. These big, long ribbon rails do not automatically connect themselves if you're using a blueprint. It's like, that looks like a big solid rail, but in reality, that's two pieces, so I'm gonna have to go through and clean that up. The one problem with blueprinting railroads. Let's take that away. Get low. Whoop, come on. The elevation is correct. The angle is not. Big sweeping curves. I'm just waiting for it to build enough so that I can verify the alignment. But you sort of get the idea. This is sort of how I build railways. Well, that's a much smoother turn. Much better. Much better. Always a little bit of trial and error. No matter how many times I do this, it takes just a little bit of trial and error. Go, Goshen, we're after like 4 o'clock. I need a self-care break. And as I've said before, we're big on self-care here. Let's do a quick break, and I will be right back. Do self-care if you need to. My friends like to just tell me, go piss, girl. Well, that's what's happening. Be right back a moment. Didn't really need the full 15-minute break. I just needed a break, you know? You know, it's mandated by the union. My coffee break, you know? We are going to have an ad break coming up, but I'm going to get started again because I'm on a roll. It's a vanilla Coke can, actually. And hi, Lavos. How you doing? That lined up? Yeah, that's lined up. Good. Hi. I want a vanilla Coke. Alright, well, come over here and get one then. Come over and get one, you coward. You won't. Because you're on the East Coast. That does sound good. That does sound good. Next time you're here, I will definitely trade you for one. I've always been a sucker for a lemonade. Particularly tropical punches, you know? I like fruit drinks in general. This has always been a thing. Anyone want a summer sloop? I sure as heck don't. Note, it doesn't make any sounds. Normally this thing makes noises. I have them muted. That's a mod. Alignment wrong. Bother me. No. Alignment bad. Ah! Hello there. Account created about a month ago. All right, all right, all right. Nice to see you. Ah. Speaking of East Coasters, jeez. It's just the East Coast party here today. What are you up to, Star Tiger? I don't know if I'm going to make this one. There we go. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I mark this particular Twitch channel as being like adults, no kids. So I can swear. Motherfucker. This is actually a pretty handy little spot right here because there's two geysers. I'm probably going to throw some geothermal generators on them. Don't have the parts right now. But I do have the mod that gives me multiple different levels of the geothermal generator. We're currently on level 3. Makes the geothermal generator a whole heck of a lot more useful if it's got improved versions. You're still good, still good. I'm kind of keeping an eye out. Eventually I'm going to turn north here. But there's big rocks in the way, and like I said before, I'd like to build with the terrain, not against it. So I'm thinking I'm going to take a turn this way. Ish. Like following that right up there. Yeah. So let's make a pillar going in this direction. This is actually a really fun spot because... Oh! Hello!
Star Tiger
Well, thank you for the
2000 is now
follow.
following.
Star Tiger. Glad you could join us. So what I'm thinking, go right about that way. But I want to get the elevation of the two about the same. Still not there. That looks about right to me. See, I like that because it means they're far enough apart where it's a nice, gentle curve. And there we go. We're now turning towards the north. This is a fun spot. So, if you look that way, that goes directly to the swamp. That way is all the Red Dune Sea. That way, well, you're right on the border between the Titan Forest and North Forest. So, we're right at this fun little meeting point between like 5 different biomes. Oops. They're not always solid, which is confusing. There we go. Now, I think I'm going to kind of stop building there, or at least stop building these straight sections for a little while. Because it's time for my good old friend, Roundabout. So it's like, to the right, that way, North Forest. That way goes to the swamp. Titan Forest is sort of between them. And of course, you've got the Red Dune Sea over there. This is a great place for a roundabout. Let's build one. Now, the outer 2 foundations, the roundabout, aren't even really real. So I need at least a barrier of 2 to build this thing. So let's go another this way, another this way. Till we get a platform where it's got enough buffer on either side. Thinking like 10 on each side. What have I got so far? Yeah, that's 10. 10 on that side. Perfect square. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to build this one with sort of an 8x8 in the center. So let's mark out our center line. No, it's not centered. Nah. That ain't it, fam. I need the rails to be in roughly the center after all. So the corners should be 4x4 corners. That looks right. So... 4x4, 4x4, looks good. Let's put a tower in the middle. Make sure I center it. Otherwise my brain will just be very unhappy. Okay. Okay. I didn't do a very good job with that. Needs to be about a foundation and a half. Bring it in. 1, 2. Foundation and a half. Bring it in. Problem is, that's too close. I may have made this just a little too tight. One, two, three. 2. Yeah, it's too tight. I need a bit wider a radius there. Two, 3, 4. And right on the foundation line, that's very convenient. And if I did it, yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. That's what we wanted. Basically taking it out as far as you can get it. Pull it in 4, and out 2. This is to actually make it curve. It's not a perfect curve, It'll never be a perfect curve. It just needs to be curve enough, essentially. Is it a perfect circle? No. Can you tell? No. Nobody's coming out here with like a straight edge or a circle tool to make sure it's exactly circular. It just needs to be close enough. We're gonna need to fix that, but one thing at a time. Right now our goal is gonna... Stares at the floor and repeats. All these squares make a circle. Well, yeah, quite literally in this case. Very literally. You put enough squares down in a somewhat circular pattern, you can eventually make a circle out of it. And really, that's the secret to making, you know, circular track structures like a roundabout. And what we're gonna do is we're going that way. You can actually see a little bit of the red bamboo forest up there up top, which trust me, we're gonna get there eventually. But first things first, we're going to North Forest. Now, there's a fun little thing that I like to do with the roundabouts in my saves. Obviously, I do not expect anyone else to do this. Why would you? This is just a thing I do. Is that lined up correctly? I think it is. Yeah, close enough. And this is entirely an aesthetic thing. I don't have signage right now. Eventually I'll come back with signage and, like, do that properly. But for now... these big iron structures that are holding up the roundabout, essentially. And they make these nice, convenient little, like, doorways that it's like, you know, those tracks are going that way. Those tracks are going that way. Now, something you're going to notice here. Let's pull out a train. Put it on the track. No power. I don't know if, you know, everyone was here when I said it earlier, but when you're building tracks from a blueprint, they don't actually logically connect. So we're going to have to go back through and, like, logically connect them so that they're all logically connected within the game system. This is a weakness of Satisfactory as a game. Luckily, it doesn't take much time. Crazy boy. Uh-huh. I see. One moment. I need to do a thing. Done. Too bad, it was a cool username. Oh, well. Gotta nuke a spam bot. Gonna take these sections and just relay the rail and add some signals. And then trains will be able to come out at least this far. There we go. I like to have each long, straight-ish section be its own block. Because I think that logically makes sense, you know? So, like, put in some block signals there. Remind me next time we're in town. I need to see if we've got enough tickets to start getting some signage. Eventually, I'm going to have signs everywhere. Well, you need to unlock them first. I will be very happy the day Satisfactory makes it so that blueprinted rails can actually connect properly. Sadly, today is not that day. Maybe in 1.0. We'll see. One of the other really fun things about blueprinting railroads this way is you can do all kinds of fun things with them. Say, well, they already carry power, so you don't need to add power lines to it. But you could add pipes, say, oh, I don't know, a hypertube right along it. Nice, easy, convenient way for the pioneer to get around. Hell, you could even add belts, but I don't really know why you'd want to. Because you have trains? Like, literally, you're building a railroad. Why? I know a lot of people who attach all kinds of things to, like, a railroad viaduct, and it's just like, you're building trains. Did you forget you were building trains? I'm gonna come back for you, Slug. You can actually see the bones of the factory there in the distance. We're about to turn the corner. In railroading terms, this means we've finished essentially what I would call a full subdivision of railroad. This would be, you know, whatever you'd want to call it, the Red Dune Sea subdivision. Personally, considering there's going to be another set of rails out in the Red Dune Sea, I tend to call this the Spire Coast subdivision. Basically everything between the roundabout there in the Red Dune Sea, where we stopped and turned around, through the Spire Coast factory to the Rocky Desert roundabout. Everything between those 2 points, those 2 roundabouts, is the Spire Coast subdivision. And instead of control points, we have roundabouts. This is what happens when a rail fan plays Satisfactory. The lights are working. It's connected. Let's go back up to the top. In fact, while we're there, let's get some parts. Nah. I need a place to connect it to. There's no point in doing that right now. You know, one thing I didn't think to do. Any model railroader worth their salt always has a staging track. Actually, let's start at the other end. Because I have this nice, convenient little set of bumpers. Oh, I'm gonna need some parts for that. Or rather, a part, singular. Welcome back, those who are on the ad break. We're back at main factory. And I'm gonna go do something very silly. Alright, let's see. Is it this one? Yes. Who remembered to remind me to check for signage? You were correct. I should also pick up some concrete, looks like. Signage. I can't pick up the one I want. But I can get that one. So that's a start. Let's get some concrete. Climbing the factory is going to get repetitive very quickly. Three. The empty floor. And fourth floor. So. Let's slap down for the absolute fun of it. I have this nice fun little mod that somebody else, blueprint that somebody else made that's just train bumpers. And I just picked the one I like. Fine, but the alignment's wonk. Let's try the alignment again. Hello. So I kind of like this one. It's the basic one. Not super fond of that one. Paint it red. Yeah, it's our end of track bumper. Just a little short. Voila! Staging track. Let's do something ridiculous. Build a locomotive. Now's the part where I found out if I made any errors. My hand's not even on the accelerator right now. And there we stop. Which tells me I did a good job with all of that. Let's back up slightly. Throw the switch. This is one of my favorite ways to experience this game. I'm in the cab of a train, watching the train go by. Train mostly drives itself. I'm just watching the scenery, looking at all of the glowing slugs I need to go pick up. So at this point, we're about halfway done. We need to go back up the hill and into North Forest. And then we need to rip down the old factory and build a new one. I have a feeling that's going to be a tomorrow project. We're going up that way. You can actually see North Forest from here. You see where it's nighttime, so the little fruits on the trees are glowing red up there. It's where we're going. I'm going to start by getting some elevation, though. Need to get above the trees. Otherwise, they're going to do nothing but get in the way. Last thing I want to do is start chopping them down, so... Someone's very cranky. I can hear him. You know I've done it right when I can take a double ramp, 4 meters, and just slide it in between. But yeah, basically I'm going that way. Which means at some point here I'm going to need to make a turn. But I need to get above that thing first. Hey, look, cat, gas pillar, go run into it. I think actually I'm at a good height to make that turn now. The extra fun part about this, of course, is we're going to then put another roundabout on the other side. Because there will be a turn that's going to need to be made. Because one track is going to keep going up into the red bamboo forest. That just clipped right through everything. No. Sit on top of the foundation, please. Ooh. Yuck. My alignment is bad. What happened? Nobody wants a wonky railroad. It's fine to be a railroad wonk, but don't be a wonky railroad. Guardrails. OSHA safety. On an alien planet where you're the only person there. OSHA safety. Guardrail. See? Guardrails. So I think make a nice little turn like that away. Not bad, not bad. You'd think there'd be at least a slug up here or something, but no. If anyone remembers the beginning of this series, when I was running around and doing this with Cat and Vose, Cat died here repeatedly. Right here. We're gonna go kind of that way. Where that bean is. The only problem is now the ground has caught up and it's like I have to get above the trees again. The only problem see, we're now in the North Forest. Very clearly. You can tell by the trees. Basically, the tracks need to go north that way. That's going to go up to the Red Bamboo Forest eventually for bauxite connection. When we get past phase 4 and or get past phase 3 and into phase 4. Blech. Right now we're just going to go this way. In fact, past this bean, you can see there in the distance. That's our crap. That's the old starter factory. Back at the very beginning. Right over there. That's where we're going. We're going to tear all that down and rebuild it. But first things first. I need to assert my dominance with feline violence. Cool kids don't look at explosions. I'm going to need to get down close to the ground here for this bit, but not too close. I need to be able to get above these little, I don't know, rock jutty outy bits. But the place I'm going is like right there. It's like right over there. I could build some like straight level pieces right from here to there. But the thing is, there needs to be a roundabout here. So this makes a question of how high off the ground do I want to make it? I did just assert my dominance over the wildlife. But that one goes that way, that one goes that way. About that high, I'm thinking. Now the fun thing about this roundabout is we're going to do something a little different. We're going to do the two circle bit thing again. Except this time, there's a twist. 6... Can I fit a 7th? Oh. I'm out of concrete. If only I had a factory nearby that was built churning out concrete. Oh, wait, I do. I never turned off its ability to produce stuff. It's just some things like smart plating has been going into an awesome sink because, well, I don't need that anymore. This should look familiar. If anyone remembers the very beginning, first part of this series. It's even a hypertube that goes back to base, but we're not here for that. We're here for this. Bin full of concrete. Should get us by for a little while. I have a half silly notion to just start building the railroad. Because basically, the railroad is just going to go right that way. Rather like that. One, two, three. Draw a center line. 1, 2, 3. How wide is this wonky bit? Okay, so just ignore this bit here. Organization, lookout tower. Draw a center line. 2, 3. Wait, right. I needed the cement. Draw a center line. And this is going to be our first bit of the roundabout. Did I miscount that? I did. Okay. Fine. One of the few times I will actually whip out the chainsaw here. Okay, lookout tower. Slap it down right there. Gonna build half of our little roundabout there. Now this one, let's count out what we got here. Cool, cool. 5, 6, 7. So get rid of this bit. Draw a center line. And we're basically going to sit here and build like 2 little circular roundabouts, and then we're going to bring them together. One exit's going to go that way to North Forest. 2 bits are going to be going back the way we came. That roundabout that we created and we're coming up the hill. It's right down that way. But I got to get around this big rock. So that's going to be fun. And there's actually going to be an exit that goes in that direction. Because that way is Titan Forest. Which will become very important later. Tally ho! God, where's Silver when I need him? Didn't actually intend to jump off the tower there. Where'd your dog go down there? Bring the factory bean. Moth says hello. Okay, there's the first circle. The reason I'm not building too much higher is because we're already right about on elevation with the North Forest factory over there, and I don't want to get too far above the ground, otherwise nothing's going to line up properly. So this is one of those few spots where I actually get down on ground level. Or close to it. There's still obviously a gap underneath for critters to wander around. Otherwise, I'd have all kinds of critters standing on top of my railroad. No, can't have that. That rock's gonna get in the way and it's gonna annoy me. I can't have that row there, because that one is in the way, so... Let's... I just erased part of this one. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Let's move this whole thing over slightly. Remember what I said about a bit of trial and error? There's always a bit of trial and error. Yeah. I don't even know if I'm gonna finish this today. Gonna get close though. But at this point, you've seen the majority of me making this, particular subdivision between Spire Coast and North Forest, so you got a general idea of how I do railroading at this point. Moth cruises by at Mach 10. That's a mod, by the way. The Moth doesn't normally move that fast. I just gets it out of the way, you know? It's like, get out of my way and let me build factories, please. Thank you. So, 2 big roundabout circles. You can pretty much guess the rest from here. And there you go. It's the same as those big ovals back at the main factory in Spire Coast, except I've done this one on a wonky angle. But it's, you know, 2 circles next to each other. Same basic concept. You know what? I think I had the right idea. Just build it from this side. Need parts. Go into factory that happens to be really close. It's actually slightly higher than the roundabout I built, but honestly, that's not really a problem. And see, there's the leg that goes into North Forest. Now I just need to go get the rest of it. Have to get around this bigger rock. Probably go this way. And like turn a little corner here. See if we can find Cat and Bose's corpse. Thinking something like that, you know? I might have to remove the tree, though. We can do a better job than that. Too sharp a turn. So not like that, more like that? No, still too sharp. No. This is the trouble with being down on the ground. Everything's like very narrow, hard to get around, tight corners. Railroad does not like tight corners. This is why I avoid getting down on the ground whenever I possibly help it. Yeah. Still too tight a turn. Look, Cat needs to assert her dominance here. I'm not gonna take this disrespect. Having enough trouble as it is. Okay. Can I get this at a workable angle? The problem is I'm doing an almost 90-degree turn, and railroads don't really like 90-degree turns. They just don't. Why, hello there. How's it going, Sam? Crack-a-boom. Yes. The sound of Cat asserting her dominance. Let's see. Oh, I literally put it right through that rock there. That was not an improvement. Well, I'm just too determined at this point. I'm not putting this down on the ground. I am not. Because that introduces a whole host of additional problems. No one liked that. All of this time and effort going through and threading the needle when I could just go through here, go around it. This is me just trying to be way too clever by far. That didn't quite work. I need to, like, put it there, but nudge it. Blech. Not bad. Actually. It's clipping through the foundation, but honestly, I can remove that. This is extraneous foundation anyway. That's actually a really nice, big, sweeping curve, and I like that. The only problem is, I still need to turn the corner here. See if I can break this problem up. Almost, except it goes a little too far right into the wall, but what if instead we do the same thing, like nudge it back just a bit. Like about there-ish. Can it turn the corner? It can. Oh, that's sick. Problem is now this bit, but too sharp a turn. So close. Ooh, will that? Okay. Big sweeping curve. I might, like, put some frames under it to make it look like it's not floating in the sky, but that essentially does exactly what I need it to do. You know what? Fuck it. I might pretty it up a little. But I think I'm going to keep that. I kind of don't want to, like, even touch it that much. Yeah, that's not too bad. I'm actually kind of surprised how well that worked. Thank you, Sam. I'm actually surprisingly pleased with how that turned out. One further. And that way it looks like the steel truss is holding it up, you know? And you can actually see the end of the other track right there. So we just need to finish making the turn. It's a big S curve to get in there, but, you know, I knew this was going to be a tight fit. I knew this going in. Welcome back, those that just came back from the ad break. Come in. Slight turn here. Oh, hello, Spoodler. Please don't get aggressive with me. I don't want to have to kill you, but I will if I need to. Oh, hell yes, that connects. All right. That should... Now the question is, did I set it to 5 minutes? I know I made it longer. I just don't remember exactly what I set it to. Do you, Lavos? Let's see if I messed up anything. Because it's giving me the error code on the signal, which means there's a gap somewhere in this track. Yeah, right there. Boom. Now it's a steady signal. Okay, cool. Just this big straight second. Well, considering the cost of pedals for the jar, do you think it should be 5 minutes? we're still in that tweaking phase where I'm trying to figure out, like, you know, what's good, what's not. Oop. Gap there. I think by the time we end stream for today, we'll have successfully railroaded all our way into North Forest. The back way. Well, that's sort of the question. It's just like, should I make it like 5 minutes and increase the price of it? Or maybe you just need to use it more. So yeah. We made it to our destination. One thing I'm going to do before we wrap, though. But increase it to 2 minutes. I think I could probably do that. The idea is to, you know, have a big ticket item, you know? And considering the amount of work that went into that, all right, 1 second. Two minutes, you say? 120 seconds. One moment while I tweak something. What was the expression? Fuck it, we'll do it live? $120 seconds. All right. Let's see if that works. Punch it, Lavas. Troubleshooting live and on camera. I'm not actually sure if it... Some of these things need me to fully, like, exit and re-enter them, so... It might be stuck at the old setting, I'm not sure. But yeah. Today we railroaded into North Forest. Tomorrow, we rip the old starter factory down and build a new factory. I've already got plans for what's going to be in it. It's going to include rippers, it's going to include concrete, copper sheets, copper wire, modular frames, and probably rotors. Those are all things that I can build with iron and copper. And I've got iron and copper aplenty right there, and limestone. The one thing I don't have is coal, so I'm not going to be able to do, like, say, for example, steel screws, or any recipes that involve the use of steel. Can't you at least punch air holes in it? Yeah, I'm too small to reach the control. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. That waited 30 seconds. It didn't wait the full 120. Interesting. I'm guessing that's one where I may have to, like, fully shut everything down and boot it back up again for that to work correctly. Right now, I'm just waiting to see if the jar itself times out after the 120 seconds. I'll get you the full value of your redeem, even if it's a little broken right now. I don't see air holes in it. The jar itself seems to be on the 120 timer, 120 second timer. Yep, that's what I thought. So yeah, the actual, like, tiny fit in the corner thing seems to be still on the 30 second. I'll have to, like, reboot everything to make that work. So, I think it's time to take a break. We're going to come back to this tomorrow. We're going to completely tear down and rebuild North Forest and connect it to the train this time. Now that we've done that, we've done all of the necessary work so that the train actually goes there. You don't rob the train coming down the hill. The train ain't got no gold. All right. Let's see. Who's around? You know what? Might as well support one siblings. I can type good, really. Thank you, Sam, for helping me test that. Everybody have a good night. Take care of yourself. Take good care of yourself. Make sure to, like, eat, sleep, drink, take your meds, take care of yourselves. Go piss girl if you need to. And thank you everyone for coming in today. Tomorrow, we rip down and rebuild North Forest. I hope to see you then.